was a very cloudy night. Right now it is not raining, but we had rain for the better part of an hour up until a few minutes ago. And we understand there's a chance there is some more rain on the way, so we will not begin on time tonight here at Great American Ballpark. And tonight, the first of 3 Bark in the Park night. Man's best friend. Look at that guy. Waiting around for something to eat. Dad saying not right now. And Mom might be convinced of it sometime shortly. Hi again, everybody. Alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley, I'm Tom Brenneman, welcoming you to Reds baseball. Now, they're going to wait around till about 7:45 tonight to let us know the next update, which clearly means there is more rain on the way in the very near future. Cowboy, we hear all the time about players hanging out down in the clubhouse right now, maybe playing cards, doing whatever it is you might do. Is it any different for the guy in Homer Bailey's case tonight, who is a starting pitcher? What do you do right now?
Well, I think for Homer, if there was any video or any last-minute scouting report that he wanted to go over, he might be doing that now. I think the biggest thing for Homer is to try not to let that adrenaline escalate. Try not to get too involved in what's going on the field, what's going on with the weather. Try to keep it as low-key as possible, because you don't want to expend any excess energy at this point in time worrying about something you can't control.
And we can't control it. You can't control it. So we'll hang out for a while. So what we'll do is we'll bring you our next update at 7:45 Eastern Time. That is the next time we will get an update, and we'll pass it along to you as soon as we know. Hopefully we're playing baseball tonight at Great American Ballpark. We'll check back in with you shortly. Around through this rain delay, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies. And I again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy Jeff Brantley, I'm Tom Brenneman, welcoming you once again to Reds baseball. And how about Brandon Phillips? What an amazing start he is off to, Cowboy, especially when you consider that when this year began, his role was to bat in that number 2 hole. Then the injury to Ryan Ludwig, and now he's batting cleanup. And he's cleaning up pretty well.
He is cleaning up, Tom. I think that Brandon really excels when it is clutch time. When the limelight is on, I think this is Brandon Phillips' best performance of date. He loves it when the guys are in scoring position, as we have seen. He is setting records here in the early going, driving in runs. We did have a guy named Joe Morgan here before. Second baseman is putting it on, and it's carrying the Reds right now.
Well, you take a look to begin a season going back to 1969. Only Ken Griffey Sr. had more RBIs through the first 13 games in a Red season back in '76. One more than Brandon. He'll try and get to that number and beyond here tonight, once again in a lineup and batting cleanup. Pitching matchup tonight, Homer Bailey for the Reds. It'll be Kyle Kendrick, a right-hander for Philadelphia. And we have the first pitch, finally, from Great American Ballpark. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by the Ford F-Series trucks. The best-selling trucks in America 36 straight years. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com, and by Skyline Chili. Well, that sounds good right now. If you're feeling good, it's Skyline time. Tonight's weather brought to you by Eric Dieters, attorney at law. We are hoping the rain will stay away the rest of the night. We are delayed a little better than an hour, almost an hour and 25 minutes. Temperature's very, very nice. 61 degrees. As the Reds have taken the field for Game 2 of this series after coming away. It was a great ball game here last night. Reds winning, final count of 4-2. Very exciting game. Once more, the Philadelphia Phillies providing the opposition tonight. Let's take a look at Charlie Manuel's starting lineup. Ben Revere in center, Jimmy Rollins in the 2-hole, Chase Utley in the lineup tonight after the pinch hit home run last night. Ryan Howard at first, Michael Young at third, Dominic Brown in left. Lance Nix a right fielder, Humberto Quintero behind the plate. For 1-1, right-hander Kyle Kenrick. And on the mound for the Reds, also sporting a 1-1 record, right-hander Homer Bailey.
The Reds will hope tonight that Homer Bailey will be on his game as he was in his first start against the Nationals. Things didn't work out so well against the Cardinals. It was almost as though he had reverted back to overthrowing the baseball a little bit rather than spotting the fastball and the breaking ball. Hopefully tonight he'll have it back in gear.
All right, Ben Revere making his way to the plate. Young man who made a couple of sensational plays. One of them absolutely spectacular. Taking away an extra base hit and an RBI by Todd Frazier. Frazier got one later in the night in the 4-2 win. So here we go tonight. Revere 0 for 4 last night, and the first pitch is low and away, ball one, and we are underway. A .222 batter is Revere, who can really run, already with 5 stolen bases in 7 attempts. Frazier in on the grass at third, and now Votto going to back up over at first base. Count even at 1-1.
With it being wet, Tom, this is the type of hitter that puts a lot of pressure on the defense. Ground balls, a bunted ball, you want to make sure you get a good grip, but you've also got to get rid of the ball in a hurry with his speed down the line.
Breaking ball in there, strike. Now Homer Bailey, his first start, boy was he good. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs allowed, and a win over the Washington Nationals. His last start was really knocked around by the St. Louis Cardinals. 3 walks, 9 hits in 5 innings, allowing 7 earned runs. What happened to Bailey at Busch Stadium?
I think a lot of it had to do with pitch selection the second time around. Game plan was fine until the second approach to the hitters. Ball got up. You know what happened after that.
Bailey shut the Cardinals out in that game on 2 hits through the first 4 innings of the game. But I mean, the wheels fell off, and fell off right now. With 2 outs and nobody on in the 5th inning. Homer, single, RBI double, 2-run homer. The first 3 batters the next inning, single, 2-run homer, double, and that was all she wrote for Bailey.
It's all about damage control. Teams will come at you at sporadic points in the ball game, and you've got to be able to shut them down when they do.
3-2 to the opening hitter of the game. Ben Revere will be followed by Jimmy Rollins, and then Chase Utley. Wally Bell calls the balls and strikes. Ed Hickox at first, Corey Blazer at second, and Jim Joyce, the umpire, at third. In and out of the mid of Hannigan. Revere still alive. Every time you hear this young man's name, you want to call him Paul.
The British are coming.
Told you last night, Revere grew up down in Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington Catholic High School. 2-time Kentucky High School Player of the Year. On the ground at Brandon, down on one knee. 1 out. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Xavier Paul, the nod out of left field. Chew at center, Jay Bruce in right, the regular infield. And a battery of Bailey and Hannigan. Remember now, Bailey, his last time, was paired up with Devin Mesoraco behind the plate. And no Mesoraco all of a sudden here tonight. Ball 1 to Jimmy Rollins.
Well, Devin Mesoraco is going to get his opportunities behind the plate. There is no way that Ryan Hannigan can catch every single ball game. And each and every pitcher on this staff is going to have to work with Mesoraco some period of time.
You know, it begs a question, Cowboy, and you were a man who spent many years on the mound, obviously not as a starter, primarily one of the outstanding closers during your time in the big leagues. Now the 1-1 to Rollins, and I don't want to diminish a reliever's relationship with a catcher, but obviously a starter, it is different.
It really is.
Than somebody coming out of the bullpen. But you know, it begs the question, how is Mesoraco going to get more familiar and more comfortable with the starters if he rarely ever does start?
He will not. The only way you can do that is by playing. It's almost the same thing, Tom, as a pitcher throwing down in the bullpen. Well, that's all fine and good, and your breaking ball looks real good down there, but nobody's hitting it at that point. You've got to have game action.
3-1 to Rollins, and a fastball 95 miles per hour ran in on his hands, and he fouls it away.
Homer definitely has some juice here early in this ball game.
Well, Jimmy Rollins has come full circle. Last night he began the game in the blue high tops. He finished the game in the white high tops, and tonight hard to tell. Looks like a combination of gray and red. Check swing. He went around, and that's strike 3. 96 on that fastball from Bailey.
Well, so far the shoes have not bought him any hits, and we all know the superstitions of baseball players. This was a cutting fastball down and in to Rollins. Started in the middle of the plate. That says swing. It finished up out of the strike zone.
Sure appreciate all you hanging with us tonight here on Fox Sports Ohio. And certainly all those in attendance here tonight. We were scheduled to get underway at 7:10 and got started right around 8:30. So now the big shift put on defensively for the left-handed batting Chase Utley. There you get a look. Frazier, the third baseman, basically playing shortstop. And there's strike 1 to Utley, who came off the bench and delivered a game-tying pinch hit home run, the 5th of his career, and the Phillies' second pinch hit home run in as many days. Lance Nix had a go-ahead pinch hit home run on Sunday against Miami. Hard hit ball, but Phillips is there to scoop it up. Beautifully done. Every night. Every night. Well, last night, Dusty Baker's 425th as Reds manager. That ties him with Patrick Moran for 5th on the team's all-time list. Moran managed the Reds when they won the World Series all the way back in 1919. Here's the lineup. Chu, Cozart, and Votto, followed by Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier. Xavier Paul, a rare start in left. Ryan Hanigan, Homer Bailey. Against 1-1 right-hander Kyle Kendrick, coming off his best start of the season, his last time out.
Kendrick has been around since 2007. As a matter of fact, Kyle Kendrick and Homer Bailey made their major league debuts in 2007, June of 2007, 5 days apart.
Kendrick really turned the corner, according to his manager Charlie Manuel, over the second half of last year. There's a strike to Shin-Soo Choo. He was tied for the most wins among all National Leaguers after the All-Star break last year. He went 9-4 with an ERA of barely over 3. Now, this is a guy who's been in and out of the rotation, primarily has worked in the bullpen, but they feel like they have found the right spot for him now. On the appeal, he went around. Chu disagrees.
But he has always been ticketed for the starting rotation. As you can see, the check swing by Chu.
Chu has reached base safely in every Reds game this season. Batting .353. Has been hit 7 times with pitches. He's drawn 5 walks. 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in.
Kendrick is 28 years old. And as you said, Tom, he's been back and forth from the bullpen and the rotation. Every pitcher comes at their own point. And I guess every player does. And you'd like for them to pick it up right away when they get to the big leagues. Not everybody does that.
Pull the string on Chu there, and he rolls over one right at Utley, who throws him out. Philadelphia on defense. Presented by your Ford dealer. Same outfield we saw here last night. The only change along the infield, Utley the nod at second base. Kendrick on the mound, and tonight the start goes to Humberto Quintero.
Still waiting for Carlos Ruiz. And they miss him behind the dish. Not only his catching ability, but the offense as well.
They tested positive for a banned substance that has become obviously not exclusively known, but primarily known, leading to a number of suspensions in the National Football League. The drug Adderall, which I understand is a drug given to those with ADHD, but it's considered to be an amphetamine. So Ruiz suspended for the first 25 games of the year. Zach Cozart in a hole in 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a base hit into left field by Cozart. Well, you'd like to think that maybe Cozart could build off that final at bat last night. It was a little bleeder, but it was a huge base hit in that 2-run 8th inning. Wound up scoring a run, and now a single his first time up tonight.
Had a 3-hit game, the final game in Pittsburgh. And you just hope that this is a guy that can step back into that number 2 spot. You're going to get a lot of fastballs with Votto coming up behind you.
Joey digging in. Quick throw down to first by Quintero, and Cozart saw it coming. Votto on base 3 more times last night. Like Chu, he has been on base in every Reds game. 2 singles, an intentional walk. Scored a run.
21 bases on balls. You gotta be kidding me. He leads the universe.
Well, he led the National League in walks last year and missed 2 months of the season. 1-1 to Votto.
And if you're a pitcher and you see that, well, he's walked 21 times, well, you're going to be a little bit more aggressive on that first pitch. Then maybe you'll expand the plate a little bit. But for Joey, I don't know that I'd want to lay one in there.
1-1 to Votto, and It misses low away, 2 balls and a strike. Reds come in 6 up, 7 down. Likewise for the Phillies. Reds have been great at home. Went 4-2 on the opening homestand. Went 1-5 on the road trip. Ended a 5-game losing skid last night with another home win. Pull to the right side. Utley looks at second, plays to first. 2 are out.
It was a big confidence win for the Reds last night, especially with the caliber of Cliff Lee starting on the mound. Even though you have one of your better starters in Bronson Arroyo, that's a tough ball game. Either way you slice it for either team. And the Reds were able to jump out early, and then after the home run by Utley, they were able to come back simply because of this guy right here.
All right, Brandon looking to deliver and add to his 16 runs batted in. He takes away ball 1.
For the most part, Kyle Kendrick pitches to contact. Not a big strikeout pitcher. Wants to get you to hit a pitch that is a little off the outside corner or a sinking fastball, maybe a little bit on the inside corner if you're Brandon Phillips.
Now 2-0. Look at those numbers with runners on base. Two and 0 on Brandon. Cozart in scoring position with 2 men out. Ball 3, and none of the 3 pitches anywhere near the strike zone.
This is quite a bit different than what we're normally used to seeing. Kendrick pitches to Votto, and now he's 3-0 to Phillips. That's what happens when you start driving in runs and you're hitting behind the number 3 hole hitter.
Phillips 2 hits in each of the last 3 games. And there's ball 4. So now Jay Bruce, who had that lengthy and very impressive at bat in the 2-run 7th inning last night, presented by Mazda.
Mazda pitch by pitch sequence for Jay Bruce last night, and boy did he put a whale of an at bat. Reminds you of the at bat he had in the final against the Giants last year in the playoffs. He fouled off pitch after pitch. Even made a pitcher who doesn't walk anybody walk Jay. First walk of the year, and that led to a huge inning for the Reds.
Jay's still in search of home run number 1 this season. Has 5 runs batted in. 2 on, 2 out. We're in the bottom of the 1st inning, and he was looking for home run number 1 on that swing.
And I hope, Tom, that home run issue for Jay is not going to become a big issue for him. Right now he's hitting well with runners in scoring position. That's really the bottom line. The home runs will come. This guy's already proved that. Because when you start eyeing the home run and going to the plate trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, the front shoulder flies, the bat begins to drag, and the bat speed decreases instead of increases.
One and 2.
A couple of pretty good changeups there.
Very good numbers the last 8 games for Bruce against these Philadelphia Phillies. An opponent for the Reds that has been known to kind when they roll into Great American Ballpark since it opened back in 2003. 22-14 the Phillies have gone. The second best winning percentage among all visiting teams, second only to the Dodgers. Swung on and fouled back out of play. In fact, you bring it up a little more recently and their winning percentage is even better than that. 21-9 in 30 regular season games against the Reds. 3-0 in the postseason. Two and two to Bruce.
Jay 6 for his last 15 with runners in scoring position. Opening day, I'm sure, stuck in his craw a little bit. Not a very fun beginning. But as of late, he's been putting the wood to the baseball in these kinds of situations.
Reds trying to jump on Kendrick right from the get-go, needing a 2-out hit from Bruce to get on the board. And the 2-2. Struck him out swinging to a fastball right by him. The Reds leave 2 in the opening inning. We go to the second. No score. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Home sweet home. You better believe it, brother. Reds have worn out the Angels. They have worn out the Nationals. They're up 1 game in this series against Philadelphia. And after winning the first game on the road, it got rather ugly.
Yes, it did, especially when the calendar turned to Pittsburgh, and that last loss was especially painful, especially when the Reds jumped out early.
Ryan Howard to lead things off. Homer Bailey, a 1-2-3 opening inning and a strike. To the left-handed batting Philadelphia first baseman Ryan Howard. Howard at the end of a 2011 year in his final at bat. In fact, the final out of the 2011 division series, a losing series for the Phillies against St. Louis. Ruptured his Achilles tendon and did not come back until July of last year. Over the last 8 seasons, even last year, missing all that time, he has more home runs and more runs batted in than all major league players. Fly ball here towards Chu, 1 out.
Well, from what I've seen throughout my career, Tom, you don't have to run real fast if you hit the ball over the fence.
Blown away, ball 1 to Michael Young. First year Philadelphia Philly third baseman after all those outstanding seasons as a Texas Ranger. You know, we told you about Howard. As there's a bouncer back up the middle. Kozar a diving play. He will not have a throw.
That ball got up the middle in a hurry. A nice diving stop by Zach Cozart. You put your hand down on that wet grass, it'd be very difficult to get any kind of grip whatsoever.
We were talking about Michael Young a little bit last night. I think it would be a surprise to many. When you go back over the last 12 seasons in Major League Baseball, Michael Young is number 2 among all players. Every single one of them. Double play ball here. No, it won't be. Phillips bobbled. 2 outs in the inning, and now Homer Bailey will have to pitch around what in essence is a 4th out. But to finish the thought on Young, second most hits, second most games, second most at bats among all players in baseball in the last 12 seasons, and second to Ichiro Suzuki in all 3 categories. That's getting it done, brother.
Guy works at his game. Tremendous individual, both in the clubhouse, on the field, off the field. Couldn't ask for a better teammate.
Like one on the inside corner to right fielder, and one-time Red Lance Nix.
Tom, you and I were talking about Michael Young last night, about his switching positions from short. That's where he came up, moving over to second, then moving over to third, then moving over to first to DH. And then when they didn't want to play him anymore, I guess it was time to leave.
Popped up, Frazier backing up to the grass, and that'll end the inning. Good work by Homer Bailey. You hit a man left. Frazier, Paul Hannigan coming up. Old Ballpark this Friday, the Reds and the Marlins, and make sure to take advantage of the Reds 4 for 48 ticket offer. Stick around after the game, post-game fireworks thanks to Coca-Cola. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/tickets. Great night tonight. Imes Bark in the Park. All our friends from SPCA Cincinnati on hand. And folks buy a ticket, they can bring their dog to the ballpark. They've got it down to a T. Look at that one. Ready to settle in maybe for a little warm bottle of milk. Dressed up, they have all kinds of contests going on over in the plaza area, the fan zone. Everything from the costumes to even a contest, Cowboy. What dog most looks like its owner? Now, I have been the judge for that contest many times, and I can assure you, I don't care if it looked like they were separated at birth. A man is always going to be the winner in that contest.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
Are you going to subscribe to Dog TV?
Well, you know me. I mean, I'm crazy about it. And baby popped up right there, and Ryan Howard over in the foul ground, and Frazier retired to begin the Reds' second inning. Dog TV. What is Dog TV?
Dog TV is coming out, another station on the network.
Like you get on cable?
Yeah, on cable,
okay.
Direct TV, that kind of stuff. And they're going to run 24-hour programming that is evidently the type of programming that is dog soothing. So that if you leave your dog at home during the daytime,
really?
You can turn it on and leave it on. And I can't wait to see the commercials for the dogs.
Man, I can't wait to check that out.
Dog TV.
I love it. Wish I'd have thought of it. Pull to the right side by Xavier Paul. And off-speed stuff working pretty well early on tonight here for Kyle Kendrick.
Well, this is what made the big difference for Kendrick throughout the second half of last year, as you were talking about how well that he pitched. Pitching to contact with all pitches, not trying to make the hitters swing and miss so much, but yet trying to make them hit your pitch in a certain count in a certain part of the plate, whether it be the changeup, the breaking ball, or a fastball once you've thrown some breaking balls for strikes early in the count.
Ryan Hanigan hoping to get it turned around beginning tonight. Just 2 hits and 32 at bats to begin this season for Ryan. 2 outs, nobody on, no score. We're in the bottom of the second inning. We started nearly an hour and a half late tonight due to the rain showers that were passing through greater Cincinnati. 1-1 to Hanigan.
Hanigan was one of the players, he and Todd Frazier, that were robbed by the 2 phenomenal plays out in center field by Ben Revere. The ball that Hanigan hit was towards the right center field wall. As a matter of fact, it was right at the wall as Revere caught it and ran into the wall.
1-1 to Hanigan. Darting down and away from him.
Change up by Kendrick, and he is using it early, as you said, Tom. You have good arm speed. You make it look like a fastball as you deliver it. You let the grip take the speed off the baseball. You don't slow your arm down.
Two and two to Hanigan, and Kendrick going to work. Breaking ball bounced foul. For those 2 plays last night, this first one as good as you'll ever see. Look at that. Airborne.
And both plays a long way to go to get to the baseball. There's not too many outfielders that want to jump and leap into a wall, padded or not.
Three and two now on Ryan Hanigan. Chase what would have been perhaps ball 4 in the air, foul ground and out of play, and half a dozen rows behind the Reds dugout.
Tom, Hanigan appears to be making progress as far as when he does make contact, the ball is jumping off of his bat. Early, it looked like he was letting the ball get too deep and was basically swinging too late. Now he's starting to get the bat head to the baseball. Even on the foul balls, you can judge that by how far he's hit them.
On the ground to Utley, and this will be a perfect second inning for Kendrick after working out of a 2-on, 2-out jam in the first. 8, 9, and 1 coming up in the Phillies batting order. No score. We'll have our Miller time moment. Well, you talk about a Miller time moment. How about if you hit the Ohio Lottery Mega Millions jackpot tonight?
Cha-ching.
Drawing at 11p. We're $74 million. Good luck. Here come the Fightin' Phils in the third. No score. Game 2 of this 3-game series will play once more tomorrow night. And then we'll see the Phillies just in about right around a month when the two teams will meet in Philadelphia, and that'll be it for the year. That'll be a weekend series. It'll be jam-packed in that ballpark there. And
they pack them in.
Here's Humberto Quintero. Behind quickly to Bailey, 0-2. Saw Charlie Manuel. He's in the final year of his contract. When he first came to Philadelphia in 2005 after being fired in Cleveland. Fired in Cleveland, by the way, after the 2 prior years he had finished second and first in their division with the Indians. But didn't make the playoffs 2005, 2006 in Philadelphia, so he went into the final year of his deal in 07. And that's when the Phillies, with 17 games left in the year, were 7 behind the New York Mets. They caught him and won the division. 07, 08, 9, 10, and 11. 5 consecutive years. They were National League Eastern Division champions. Won a World Series. Went to 2 of them. But now all of a sudden he's in the final year of a contract again. First time since that 07 year. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And Bailey with his second strikeout of the game.
When Homer is on his game, he's able to manipulate the baseball so that it starts off, comes back, or starts on and breaks off. That ball started just a bit outside, came right back to the outside corner.
Strike 1 to the pitcher, Kyle Kendrick, and that replay expo they call it, courtesy of Performance Honda.
He's throwing the ball awfully hard tonight. 96 already.
Off the end of the bat, fly ball short center. Chu is there and 2 are out. So 1 time through the batting order, and the only single, an infield single. Off the bat of Michael Young against Homer Bailey. Everybody in baseball in action tonight. Pirates leading the Cardinals 4-2, but they're getting the rain we had earlier, and I imagine that delay is going to last for quite a while. Milwaukee trailing the Giants. That's Barry Zito on the mound. He's given up a run, 3-1. First run Zito has given up in this now his 3rd start of the year so far. Slow roller. Bailey will have to get it. Underhand flip, and that's all she wrote.
Nice.
1, 2, 3 go the Phils. Bailey to lead it off, then Chu and Cozart in a scoreless game. Watson from Hamilton will win the beautiful new Tundra that you can check out each and every day at Great American Ballpark. And why not register for your chance to win it? Just stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Homer Bailey against Kyle Kendrick. Strike one. Bailey, 1 of 3, has only hit a double. Pardon me, Cowboy.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Reds adjust to the changeup of Kendrick his second time around, because it has been a weapon here in the early going.
2-2. Right back to the mound, and this will be the first out in the third inning. So now Chu, who bounced out to Chase Utley his first time up. So like Bailey, one time through the batting order for Kyle Kendrick, and he's only allowed one base hit. Kendrick did walk a batter along with a single he gave up to Cozart in the opening inning, but struck out Jay Bruce. Stranding 2. And area red has reached since. 2-0 on Chu.
Tom, I said changeup. It is not a changeup that Kendrick is throwing. It is a split finger. He pushes it onto his right leg just before he gets it into the glove, jamming it in there, and that's the pitch that we see diving down and in.
3-0. Both Kyle Kendrick and the starter we'll see tomorrow for Philadelphia, John Lannon, are new to this Philadelphia Phillies rotation. Chu did not like that 3-0 call. It's a strike.
Trying to work Chu inside. This ball comes back to the corner, whereas the first 3 pitches didn't have that kind of run to it.
Three and 2.
Works the lefties inside early with that 2-seam fastball, and then gives them the split late. He got Chu on the split first time up.
Payoff pitch on Shin-Soo Choo. And there's ball 4, so he finally gets the call his way. Second walk given up by Kendrick. We've already seen Cliff Lee. We know how good he is. We know how good Cole Hamels is. There's a lot of debate about what's left in the tank for Roy Halladay. He didn't get anybody out at spring training, didn't get anybody out his first 2 starts, and the day before the Phillies got here, pitched very well against light-hitting Miami, but a good game nonetheless, earning his 200th career victory. Here's Cozart, who singled to left his first time up. And then you have Lannon and you have Kendrick. Talked about how good Kendrick was down the stretch over the second half of last year, and this is the first time he has started a year in the Philadelphia rotation since 2008. That is patience.
And he was part of that World Series champion ball club.
Runner goes, and a tapper to the left side. Young will play to first. Chu away. Chu on to second, and now what do you do if you're Philadelphia? It's early in the game, scoreless game. Left-handed batter Joey Votto coming up. You walked him intentionally last night to get to Brandon Phillips, who made you pay with a 2-run single that proved to be the game winner.
Well, normally what we have seen from really the last few years, Tom, this situation, Votto is an automatic intentional walk. See exactly how they go about it right here.
Well, down in the crouch position is Quintero. Doesn't mean they're going to throw him a strike. And that one is lined into right field, and a diving play by Nix, who forgot how many outs there were, and that's the final out of the inning.
Nice play.
Real nice play out there by Nix. So they pitch to Votto, and a sinking liner. Nix takes away a hit. By the 7th, don't miss a unique opportunity to play catch right on the field after the Reds and Mariners. And you'll receive 2 authentic batting practice used baseballs, 2 commemorative certificates. For more information, visit Reds.com. Proceeds benefit the Reds Community Fund and all the great work those folks have done all around Reds country. You can look into the Mercedes-Benz Diamond Club there, and right out behind home plate here at Great American Ballpark. No score. We begin the 4th inning. 2, 3, and 4 big hitters here for the Phils. Rollins, Utley, and Howard.
It's got to be pretty cool to get out on a big league field and play catch.
Oh, man.
With your son or your daughter.
I was out there with my son, daughter, and bride a couple of years ago.
Bring your wife and play catch. I know mine can
those
throw.
moms. I mean, I know your wife, Ashley, the moms.
She can throw.
I mean, they're out there a lot. Throwing BP to
she throws batting practice to Mason when I'm gone.
Baseball for the guys or whatever it is. 1 and 2. Rollins struck out his first time up. 1-2 delivery. Fastball high.
That pitch was right where Hannigan had the mitt. Almost didn't even have to move it.
Reds in game number 2 of a 10-game homestand. They're in the midst of playing 20 consecutive days, as many of you know by now, and this is only the 5th day up. One more against Philadelphia, a 4-game series beginning on Thursday night against the Miami Marlins. And then 3 against the Cubbies. That'll begin Monday night. Struck him out on high gas at 95 for a second time tonight.
Jimmy Rollins is a very good breaking ball hitter, especially down in the strike zone, and Homer Bailey was just not going to give in there. 3 consecutive fastballs inside. Rollins fouled off the first 2. Couldn't get to that one.
So now once more Cozart moves over to the first side of his second base bag. And Frazier, the lone infielder, moving over right at the shortstop position. The outfield swung around a bit as well. Utley showing a bunt.
And this is a position here, Tom, where if you're Homer Bailey and Utley does what he just did in that previous pitch, you've got to bust it to get to the third base line to field that bunt.
That one banged into right field, a base hit by Utley. Well, according to all reports, Utley is moving better than he has in nearly 4 years, with all the knee problems, the knee surgeries, the knee injuries, the tendonitis, all the missed time. Averaged 29 home runs per season over a 5-year run. Over the last 3 years, he's only hit a total of 38, and went about an entirely different workout regimen during the offseason.
Well, all of his teammates say he's as good as he's ever been as far as moving around and swinging the bat. If you're a Phillies fan, you want him to continue that.
Ryan Howard flied out to center field his first time up. 1 on, 1 out, ball 1.
We're talking about a major shift in the infield. This is it. Todd Frazier is playing almost in a pull spot for shortstop. The whole left side of the infield, you can have it.
We talked about Utley moving around a lot better. He already has 3 stolen bases this year.
Well, if you're Charlie Manuel, you just want him to be there when you get to September and all the games in between.
2-1 to Howard.
Check out the balls to the left side of the infield by Ryan Howard.
That's this year.
That would be 0. That's one of the reasons, not one, that is the main reason that the Reds have this kind of defense on in the infield. Straight up, slightly pull in the outfield.
Dangerous count here to a dangerous hitter. We're in the top of the 4th inning of a scoreless game. 1 on and 1 out. 3 balls and a strike on Ryan Howard.
And Homer has stayed inside this entire at bat with the fastball.
Runner going, swing and a miss, throw right on the money to cut down Utley. And through all his offensive struggles, Ryan Hannigan has not carried the bat behind the plate. Had the highest percentage of caught would-be base stealers among all catchers in baseball last year.
Well, the one thing that we do know, and I've said this time and time again, may not carry the bat behind the plate, but he carries the brain. And he guides this staff as good as any I've ever seen.
So 3-2 now on Howard. Bases wiped clean. 2 away in the inning. And that's all she wrote for Ryan Howard. 97 mile per hour on that fastball from Homer Bailey. Wow. Bailey, who said the past week does not mean the season is over. The Bengals hosted a local tryout before next week's NFL draft. We'll have more on that. And get a final report on the Buckeyes spring game. They now look forward to 2013 off an unbeaten 2012. It's all brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier, bottom half of the fourth inning. Brandon walked his first time up. And it was pretty evident that that was the old unintentional, intentional walk. Even with left-handed batting, Jay Bruce in the on-deck circle. Slow bouncer to Rollins.
And even if it wasn't that, Tom, he sure was being awfully careful with Brandon Phillips.
Jay had a chance with 2 on and 2 out in the opening inning. And Kendrick struck him out on a 2-2 fastball. First pitch swinging this time right at Utley, and just like that, 2 are out.
That hole is still full.
Tom, you hit the nail on the head when you were talking about Kyle Kendrick and his just getting really sure about what kind of pitcher he was going to be towards the second half of last year. Pitch to contact, forget about the strikeouts. And that's what we're seeing here tonight. Moving the ball around with movement and changing speeds. When you're out there trying to make hitters miss, usually you're going to fall behind in the count, and then you've got to come in when they're ready, and they're going to hurt you.
You know, the second half of last season that Kendrick had, and we mentioned he was tied for first among all National League pitchers for the most wins after the All-Star break. When your team is far behind as Philadelphia was last year around the break, there aren't a lot of games where you're being highlighted and talked about nationally. And you know, a lot of people around the baseball world, they're not really going to pay a whole lot of attention about what Kendrick did, except for the people who are paid
to do that,
to decide who's going to be on this team moving forward.
Exactly.
Frazier lifts one into left field. It'll back up Dominic Brown, but he's there at the track to end the inning. We played 4 and we're scoreless.
Ryan Ludwig out with a shoulder injury. It's been a while since we've seen him in the Reds clubhouse, but we saw him today, and he gave us an update on his progress.
I feel good. I mean, for being this only, 2 weeks about out, they say my range of motion's pretty good, so I don't know what to expect. I know it's my non-throwing arm, and that's a positive. I think one of the things I have on my side is I've been through 4 prior surgeries, so I know what they're all about, and I know what to expect, and mentally I feel like I'm prepared for it, and usually I come back stronger, and I have the same attitude this time.
Still a 3 to 4 month timetable for Ryan Ludwig's return, but he was as funny as usual. He walks in, he has a sling on that he said is like his second wife because he has to do everything in it. He sleeps in it, he eats in it, he goes to the store in it. The only thing he doesn't do in it is shower with it on. But he's in good spirits, and the Reds can certainly use him later on in the season, boys.
Well, you're not lying about that, Jim Day. Thank you very much for that update on Ryan Ludwig. First pitch swinging, Michael Young, who has the only, one of 2 hits, I beg your pardon, so far for the Phillies against Homer Bailey, the other by Chase Utley. And just like that, 1 pitch and 1 out here in inning number 5. No score in the game. The only threat for the Reds, 2 on, 2 out. Couldn't get the run home in the first inning. And the Phillies only twice have put a runner on against Homer Bailey. Neither time with a runner able to reach third base.
Tom, there's a lot to be said about having a surgery previously and being able to come back from it and knowing that you can do that, as Ryan Ludwig was saying there. That first go round, well, you don't know if you're ever going to make it back or not. And having been there, done that, I think Ryan has a little bit better understanding about what he has to do and where he's headed. Does that speed the timetable up? No. But what it does do is it keeps him positive and keeps him moving forward. And that is a tough go round.
Dominic Brown just blown away by Homer Bailey. That was a complete overmatch in that at bat. And that's 5 strikeouts in the game for Homer.
Oh, 2 after breaking the breaking ball down and in. You just elevate the fastball, and he was, you're right, Tom, he was nowhere near that.
The only reason Bailey had the 17 pitches in the first inning is because the first 2 batters in the inning went 3 and 2 on him and fouled away a couple of pitches thereafter. And once again, a light rain begins to fall here at the ballpark. We had nearly an hour and 20-minute rain delay before we ever started the game. And here we are in the 5th. And for the first time since we began, it's raining again.
Much better for your pitching staff, for either team, to start late rather than to have to start, sit, and start back again.
1-1 account. And now 2 balls and a strike on Nix, who popped up to the third baseman Todd Frazier, ending the 2nd inning. That young man came ready.
Homer's been able to throw that pitch almost at will here in the early going. That fastball down and in to all these lefties that the Phillies run to the plate. When you're right-handed and you throw a fastball into a left-hander, you have really got to drive the ball down and in. The fear in the back of your head is that you're going to leave it out over the plate and make it a hittable pitch. So there's some confidence that goes into it besides the physical execution.
Struck him out swinging. And a perfect fifth inning for Bailey, who now has fans 6 on the night. Latter third in the Reds batting order coming up. Still no score. Live on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live is presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro keep you up to date on what's going on. And now we present our AT&T trivia question tonight. Since 2000, who are the 4 active managers with the most wins? I would imagine 2 of them are right in here tonight.
I would have to agree. I know there's one in that first base dugout.
Well, I got to believe Charlie Manuel's one of the 4 as well. I think it's probably a safe bet that Mike Scioscia would be in that group.
Yeah. Yes, I would. He might be at the top of that heap. But Jimmy Leland, is he around in there?
I bet he's probably in there too. That's probably a good guess. You know, you look around, and obviously Tony La Russa would have been at the top of that list, no doubt, but he's not an active manager anymore.
Joe Torre.
Joe Torre, same thing. And, you know, had some team out there, and you and I have talked about this before. He was brought back on board a year ago with the Washington Nationals. For the life of me, I could never understand why Davey Johnson had not been hired by a major league team to come in and manage. As you start taking a look at his career winning percentage, Davey Johnson, of course, a one-time Reds manager, your manager.
Best I've ever played for.
When you went to the National League Championship Series in 1995, career winning percentage of .570. .570. Oh, and 2 to Xavier Paul. Struck him out swinging, did Kendrick. And that's his 2nd strikeout tonight.
Another split finger fastball from the righty Kendrick. And even though that pitch did not do what we saw some of the other ones do, that means diving down and away from the left-handers, the off speed and the deceleration of the pitch was just enough to have Paul out in front.
You know, I'm sitting here looking at all these major league teams, Cowboy, and I have a sneaking suspicion, although he did manage some very bad teams too. I wonder if Bruce Bochy all of a sudden is on that list.
Oh, wow, I forgot about him.
Because he has managed every year since 2000.
Yeah, even though some of the Padre teams were not so hot, he's put up some pretty good numbers in San Francisco. About a couple of World Series.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what they're remembering.
No doubt about it.
The franchise had never won a World Series after leaving New York and moving to the Bay Area. And now they've won 2 of the last 3. The Reds of 75 and 76 are still the last National League team to win back-to-back World Series. No one's done it since. The Yankees, the last team to do it overall. Won 3 in a row. Two and two on Ryan Hannigan. Pulled foul. Hannigan a ground ball to Chase Utley, who threw him out back in the 2nd inning. No runs, 2 hits for Philadelphia, 1 man left on base. The Reds no runs, 1 base hit. That was the 2nd batter of the night, and they have stranded 3.
Kendrick has been awfully good here tonight, keeping the ball down and the changing of speeds. And his number 1 pitch has had quite a bit of movement here tonight, that fastball.
Still 2-2 on Ryan Hannigan. Kendrick Okay's assigned with Quintero. And that one is lined into left field. A 1-out hit for Ryan Hannigan.
He's coming. Even though the hard foul balls don't count, you know that a guy is coming after having not centered the ball for quite some time. Ryan Hannigan, too good of a hitter to not put some hits on the board. Just takes the guys. Sometimes you don't see the ball so well coming out of spring.
We're saying that's a foul ball.
That ball hit the bat of Homer Bailey on the pitch and then bounced straight back up and hit the bat again while he was standing in the batter's box. It's okay if the ball bounces up and hits you when you're in the batter's box. Now, once you get out of the batter's box, that's a whole different story.
You're out. 1-1. Now, we have seen the Reds put that Butcher Boy play on with Homer Bailey.
When you crash in too hard from the corners, the Reds will do that. They will do it with Bronson Arroyo as well. And Mike Leake, for that matter.
Well, you can't roll it out there any better than that. So Hannigan into scoring position, the 2nd time, now the 3rd time of the game. The Reds have had a runner in scoring position, the 1st, the 3rd, and now the 5th.
Well, that ball came off the bat, took a couple of hops, and just stopped. Perfect bunt. Now what do you do if you're Charlie Manning? Do you face the guy who doesn't have a hit tonight, or do you go after the guy who's on deck?
Of course, Chu has been red hot virtually from the very first at bat on opening day as a Red, and obviously their game plan is to attack him in. How about those numbers?
Well, if you're throwing out over the plate, that 480 is pretty common. He has worked inside hard tonight. Good split there.
It's ironic that those numbers would favor pitching to the right-handers rather than the left-handers. The only 2 hits the Reds have tonight have come from right-handed batters, Cozart and Hannigan. That one darting away there from Chu, who comes up empty on the swing, and now the 1-1 pitch with Hannigan, the runner at second base, in a scoreless game.
That split finger early in the ball game, Chu was chasing after grounding out to second in the first at bat. Second time he wasn't biting, and he's not biting on it here.
Well, does he get something to hit on 3-1, or do they just miss away? Got something to hit, but a roller will be gloved by Utley, and the inning is over. Reds strand a runner at second, and we're on our way to the 6th inning. Still no score. Northern Kentucky Honda dealers, and right now it's your Honda game summary.
Homer Bailey awfully good here thus far, and it has come with a whole lot of pitches on the inside part of the plate. A breaking ball there to Utley results in an out. A fastball into Rollins, a jam shot fastball into Michael Young, and then a big pitch there to Ryan Howard. 97 miles an hour right on the inside corner. When you can locate inside, you can do anything out over the plate.
Two hits through 5 Bailey is allowed. Not a single run, not a single walk. He has struck out 6, and now he'll face 8, 9, and 1 in the Philadelphia batting order. That's Quintero, that's Kendrick, and the leadoff man Ben Revere. Quintero, a strikeout victim, called out on strikes, his only trip in the 3rd inning. Right back to Bailey. Second straight inning, 1 pitch and 1 out.
Homer able to get the glove down quick on this play. Another fastball in, and Bailey got the glove down in plenty of time.
.40 strikes more than double the amount of balls thrown by Bailey, and now it's exactly double. Ball one.
It's always important to get the leadoff hitter, but especially when it's the number 8 hole hitter with the pitcher coming up behind him. You know the pitcher's going to bunt, and you've got to face a couple of batters with a runner at second base if he's successful.
Beautiful breaking ball. Snaps on the outside corner to get ahead 1-2.
This is one adjustment that Homer has really made from the time he got to the big leagues, tightening up that big over the top breaking ball.
Threw it again.
Oh, that's a capital N for nasty.
It's new material there, Cowboy.
You know,
I was ready for you to drop out a, Billy.
That was wicked right there, man. Especially to a pitcher. That's unfair.
You're hitting off a pitching machine, for goodness sakes. They don't throw that.
Now Ben Revere, the batter. Strike one.
3 consecutive over-the-top curveballs from Homer Bailey, all resulting in a positive spin. Strikes.
One and one. Phillies have not scored in the first 5 innings of any of the 5 games they have started on this road trip. They've only scored a total of 8 runs, period. Charlie Manuel saying before the game, we were talking to him, asking about, how you feel about your club, and he said, I have no idea. We know Bailey's on a roll, and Manuel would confirm that. 6 innings, 2-hit shutout baseball. Cozart, Votto, Phillips coming up. By Toyota. See your Toyota dealer or visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, let's create great dishes together. Well, a lot of folks still underneath many of the grandstand areas on what has been a rainy night. We were delayed nearly an hour and a half getting started, and since we got started, we are flying through this one. Bottom of the 6th inning, both pitchers on top of their game. Now, we have been told there could be more rain on the way. So every at bat now becomes that much more important. You've gotten an unbelievable start out of Homer Bailey. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs. Phillies feel the same way about Kendrick. 1-2 on Kozar.
Reds have 2, 3, and 4 coming to the plate. No better time to put some runs on the board than right now with the heart of your order at the plate.
1-2 now on Kozar. 1 out. Well, we gave you a little while to think about our AT&T trivia question. You go back to the 2000 year, the 4 active managers with the most wins. Who are they? Scioscia, Bochy, Dusty, and Manuel. In that order. So no Jimmy Leland.
Yeah, you have to remember he did sit out for a little bit.
He did. And he had some bad teams in Denver.
Yes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Jim Leland is a manager with less than a .500 record in his career.
Yes. I mean, being over 500, you would think would be an also ran for anybody that's managing, but and there are a lot of great starting pitchers out there that are not over 500. That's how difficult this game can be over a long period of time.
Jimmy Leland, with that big year in Detroit, just went over the 500 mark. 1,683 wins, 1,664 losses. So he's now 19 games over 500 with over 3,300 games managed.
Great manager, as are those 4 that were on that list.
Good rip there by Votto on a 2-2 pitch, but fouled it straight back.
I think the Reds are starting to sense that it may take one swing of the bat to get something on the board. Having a tough time stringing together some hits against this guy here tonight.
Well, they only have 2 of them. One by Kozar in the first inning, the other by Hannigan in the 5th. 3-2 to Votto. Brandon waiting. No score. We're in the last of the 6th inning at Great American Ballpark. Two away in the inning.
Looked like Joey got in between here. Wasn't sure if that ball was going to stay on the plate or not. And it did indeed.
So now Brandon Phillips 2 down and nobody on, and he looks at a first pitch fastball right down the middle of strike.
First pitch of the night for Kendrick. Well, he has been awfully aggressive in the strike zone here tonight with everything he's thrown. Same with Homer Bailey. If you can mix up pitches, change speeds, and still throw strikes, make it awfully difficult on the guy with the bat.
0-2 now on Brandon. Came back with another fastball, looking for the same location, and just did miss it. Light rain again begins to fall. Each team with a pair of hits. The Reds have left 4. The Phillies have stranded only 1 runner. 2-2 to Brandon Phillips. Struck him out. Fan, Votto, and Phillips to end the inning. We go to the 7th. Still no score. Pitching dominated game naturally in a scoreless affair at the end of 6. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left for the Phillies. Homer Bailey has struck out 7 and not walked a batter. The Reds have been shut out on 2 hits by Kyle Kendrick, who has fanned 4 and walked 2. High fly ball by Jimmy Rollins on the first pitch. That's 3 innings in a row. The leadoff batter has made an out on the first pitch of the inning against Bailey.
Well, so far through 67 pitches, Homer Bailey is making a bid to win his first ball game ever against this Phillies ball club. You see the numbers there. They are not pretty for any of the 3 starters. Bronson Arroyo was awesome last night. Homer Bailey has been awesome here tonight.
Leak against John Lannon, the one-time Washington National, in the series finale tomorrow. Then the Marlins come in. Thursday night, Friday night, 7:10 starts. Fireworks after the game on Friday. Saturday is a 1:10 game, as is Sunday. So easy to remember. We're not bouncing around a lot. Thursday and Friday at night. Saturday and Sunday, 1:10 in the afternoon. And the weather expected to be sunny and beautiful the entire weekend.
Just like we like it.
Here's Chase Utley. Blowing away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Those numbers, Tom, that we showed earlier, even though the pitchers or the hitters, regardless of what the numbers may be, they say, well, I don't keep up with that, or they
Low on Utley, 2 balls and a strike.
And just from a pride perspective, you don't want a team to have the best of you. If you've never beaten somebody, you're in your home ballpark, you want to chalk it up.
Utley waiting, and Bailey into the wide in the 2-1 delivery. Fooled him off speed at 2-1. Utley looking for something to whack out into right center field.
Here's the curveball again from Homer Bailey, and the bottom falls out of that. Actually, that was not a curveball. That was a split finger. It broke like a curveball, though.
Well, he's had everything working tonight.
Yes, he has.
So I break out the big curveball back in the 6th inning. Now the 2-2 on Utley. Beat him with a fastball at 95, and Utley knew it.
Utley's still looking for that split finger as he walks back to the dugout. When you can throw it that hard with that much break, all you've got to do is locate a fastball, and that's what Homer Bailey does there. Middle in, awfully difficult to pull the trigger, even to foul it off. And as you said, Tom, at 95, tough to get the bat off your shoulder.
A strikeout of the game for Bailey. Now another big out to get through this Philadelphia 7th, and that's Ryan Howard, who is fly to center and struck out looking in the 4th inning. Nine in a row retired by Bailey. The last Philly to reach was a 1-out single by Utley in the 4th.
And if you're Homer Bailey, he's only at the 73 pitch mark. He's got to be thinking to himself, if I can get through Utley and Howard here with minimal damage or with no damage, I may not have to face him again.
Boy, is he dealing tonight. Of course, in a 0-0 game, there's no margin for error. Bailey has been spectacular, but give credit to Kyle Kendrick, who's only allowed 2 hits as well. In the air, left center field, hit well. Paul back at the wall with room, and that'll end the inning. Thank goodness we're in the month of April, because in the month of July, that baby might have been rattling around. Still no score. For 48 offer of the year, presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, Thursday through Sunday. Reds and the Marlins. For only $48, you get 4 view level tickets and a voucher for 4 orders of boneless wings.
You know I like that.
Jay Bruce 0 for 2. No score. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. We had a great pitching duel here last night. Bronson Arroyo and Cliff Lee. Remember, it was the bottom of the 7th inning where the Reds scored the first 2 runs of the game. Phillies tied it on a pinch hit 2-run home run by Chase Utley in the 8th. Reds won it on a 2-run single in the bottom of the 8th inning by Brandon Phillips. 1-1 to Jay. Couldn't pull the trigger. It's 2 fastballs that Bruce has taken in this at bat for called strikes. The only real threat the Reds posed against Kendrick tonight was in the very first inning. 1-out single by Cozart with 2 outs, a walk to Brandon Phillips, and Utley watched as Kendrick fanned Bruce. And now Jay leading off the last of the 7th, and a line right at Howard.
Kendrick has either started the fastball off the plate and ran it back to the corner, or he started it on the plate looking like a strike and then ran it off, or dropping that split finger down into the dirt. Neither pitcher has made a mistake thus far.
The count on Frazier. 1-1.
The only issue for Kyle Kendrick at this point is he has exceeded the 100 pitch mark, whereas Homer Bailey's still in the 70s. At this point, it doesn't seem to be bothering Kyle Kendrick in any way, fashion, or form.
Wow, Kendrick can't believe he didn't get that call. Been around the plate all night.
He was doing the strikeout moonwalk after this one. Ooh.
2-2 on Frazier, and hit off the end of the bat foul. I mean, the Reds have really not had many good swings against this guy.
He hasn't left anything out over the plate.
Well, you notice up over 100 pitches now as Kendrick. Cowboy alluded to it. This will be number 105. 1 out in the 7th. And a jam shot one hopper at Michael Young. He'll throw out Frazier, and the first 2 retired by Kendrick here in the 7th inning. Normally you see these numbers go the other way. Second time go a little higher. Oftentimes third time a little higher. Not Kyle Kendrick.
And I think the sinking fastball works to his favor in that regard. Early in the ball game, you have the adrenaline going. The sinker straightens out a little bit. As you get a little more fatigue on your body, that ball moves more.
Off the end of the bat, inning over. And as we go to break, we remember the great Pat Summerall, legendary football player and broadcaster who sadly passed away today at 82. Member of the Fox family. Our thoughts and prayers to the many friends and family of Pat Summerall. Teaming up again with Cohen Recycling and many of Cincinnati's leading corporations. The 4th annual PNC Players for the Planet E Waste Recycling Drives is Friday through Sunday. Visit Reds.com/appearances and find out where you can donate your used electronics. Jay Bruce, Ryan Hannigan, Marty Brenneman, George Foster, among others, will be there. And the first 200 cars at each event get 2 view-level tickets to a future Reds game while supplies last. So that's a pretty good deal. Show up early. Couple free tickets to a game.
No doubt.
Help recycle stuff for the environment. Nothing wrong with any of that. So here we go. Bailey in the 8th inning of a scoreless game. The dangerous Michael Young to lead it off, to be followed by Dominic Brown and Lance Nix. Everybody's dangerous when it's a 0-0 game in the 8th. Two and one now on Michael Young, who has an infield hit. That was on a ball back up through the middle. Cozart fielded the ball cleanly, but was in the outfield grass and just couldn't get up in time or get a grip on a slippery ball to make a throw. 2-2.
Homer still throwing the ball awfully hard. That pitch at 95 miles an hour. The pitch previous, a 90-mile-an-hour slider that just missed. Well, I would think, Tom, that was probably the last inning for Kendrick. I'd be awfully surprised if he goes back out there.
Tonight his season high of 7 innings. Twice in his career he's gone 9, but not tonight.
Whether he hits or not, or whether his spot comes up, I should say.
They've got action down there. The left-hander Antonio Bastardo. Hard throwing left-hander, and Young went around. They get 9 strikeouts in the game now by Homer Bailey.
Tom, you strike out Michael Young, you have done something, and that is a split finger fastball. And I think Young looked at the spin of the baseball, thought it may have been a 2-seam fastball, and that baby just took a dive. Exmo shows you just like it is. Replay courtesy of Munchen's Furniture.
Dominic Brown has bounced out to Brandon Phillips and struck out swinging.
First time in a while we've seen Homer fall behind 2-0. You don't want to put this guy on because he can run. Then you create problems for yourself with the following batter.
11 in a row retired by Bailey since a 1-out single by Utley in the 4th inning. And a 3-0 on Dominic Brown. 3-0 green light in the air to right. Jay Bruce at the base of the wall with room. How about that? It did not look good coming off the bat.
That's the thing that you have to be awfully careful about right now, late in the game, and that baby was right down the pipe. But because of the velocity, Brown just missed it, got under it only by a hair.
Lance Nix has popped up to Frazier and struck out. 9 strikeouts Not a single walk tonight for Bailey, whose career high in strikeouts is 10. 4 times he's put up that number, most recently during Game 3 of the National League Division Series against the San Francisco Giants.
When Bailey starts that split finger middle end to the left-handers, it is almost, well, it's unhittable when it goes down, but it's hard to lay off for the left-handers. It looks just like a fastball.
0-1 on Nix, and it's too low. Well, Bailey due up second in the bottom of the 8th inning. Reds got 8 innings out of their starter last night, Bronson Arroyo, who wound up getting his 2nd win of the year in 3 decisions. Chapman nailing down the save in the 9th. This will be the 88th pitch of the game for Homer Bailey. 1-2 on Nix.
And let's think about it, Tom. 87 pitches for Bailey is really nothing. I mean, we've seen him throwing 96, 97 miles an hour in the 120 pitch mark area. Gets a heck of a lot stronger as the game goes on. And there's not too many pitchers that are like that, but as we showed earlier, Kyle Kendrick, one of those guys as well. He seems to get better as the game goes along. No wonder we don't have a score yet.
Tell you, for the life of me, it's why I just can't understand what seems to be a growing momentum about the idea of adopting the designated hitter. I mean, there is so much more intrigue right now, as that is strikeout number 10 to tie a career high for Homer Bailey. 10 strikeouts, no walks in the game. But now the question is, in a National League game, bottom of the 8th inning, he's due up second. Does he bat? And their guest on the Fan Express to Reds Country. And if you'd like to bring your group to the ballpark in style, call 513-765-7600 or log on to Reds.com/FanExpress. It is only available in the months of April and May.
You see the conversation in the dugout after Homer Bailey finishes a scoreless 8th inning. And there are very few times, if ever, where Dusty Baker or, as we see Brian Price, the pitching coach for the Reds, talking with Homer Bailey during a ballgame, they usually leave him alone. When this happens, it normally means you're out of the ballgame. New pitcher Antonio Bastardo, a very tough left-hander. Not only has he not given up a run here in 2013, he has not given up a run in this ballpark. Reds want to make it at least a first.
Well, Hannigan, the pitcher spot, and then we go back to the top of the order in Shin-Soo Choo. Hannigan, the last Reds base runner, with a single with one out to left field in the 6th inning. He's down a strike. You know, Cowboy, to finish that thought, you know, people can argue about the designated hitter, and I'm not going to waste everybody's time going into some diatribe about it, believe me. But, you know, the one thing that can't be denied is there is intrigue in having the pitcher bat, meaning situations of intrigue like right now. And look, when Joe Torre and Sparky Anderson come out and say they enjoyed managing in the National League far better than they enjoyed managing in the American League,
well, there's some strategy for me. There's some strategy to it.
You don't have to be some old school guy to appreciate the strategy of baseball. In an American League game, it's not even debatable right now. Bailey's still in the game, and you can say, well, that'd be a good thing. It'd be right.
And the thing about it is you have the best of both worlds in our game today. You've got one league with it, one without it. And if you're a National Leaguer for life and something happens and you're a great hitter, you can move to the American League and DH and still be able to continue your career.
Hannigan did not like that call a little bit from Wally Bell. Neither did Dusty Baker. Hannigan believes it should be 3-1 and not 2-2.
Well, it was a fastball down, and when you've been squatting behind the plate all night, you know what has been a strike and what has not. But Bailey in the on-deck circle just in case Hannigan gets aboard.
Pop up down the right field line. It's a long run for everybody. And Utley will get there in foul ground. Well, now Bailey will be called back to the dugout. What an effort tonight by Bailey.
I don't know that you could throw the ball much better than what Homer did tonight. The double-digit strikeout performance. Tremendous comeback, especially after the tough outing in St. Louis. But I think we're really seeing a Homer Bailey making leaps and strides towards becoming one of the better pitchers in the National League.
8 innings, 2 hits, no walks, no runs. Tied his career high with 10 strikeouts. He retired the final 13 Philadelphia Phillies he faced tonight. Now, can the Reds get him an earned victory? Chris Heisey will bat for Bailey. Oh-2.
What amazes me, Tom, about the outing by Bailey is there was really no stress. I mean, except for the ball that was hit there out in the outfield to Jay on the 3-0 pitch.
Popped it up short left field. So it'll be the second out of the inning. Well, tonight and after every Reds game on Fox Sports Ohio, we will break it all down. Reds Live, brought to you by Kings Honda in the Kings Auto Mall. Reds Live. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Well, we talked about 13 in a row retired by Homer Bailey. 10 in a row have been retired by Philadelphia pitching. And now it's Choo. Ball one high.
By far the best performance I've ever seen from Kyle Kendrick, and he was masterful tonight from the beginning of the game. Kendrick has always had some difficulty early, as we see Aroldis Chapman throwing in the Reds pen. This is the whole reason Bastardo is in the ballgame, is just in case one of the bottom of the order guys ended up on base, you have to face this guy with a runner aboard.
Almost fouled that one right out of the catcher's glove. 1-2 to Chu, who has 3 home runs on the year. Looking for a mistake by Bastardo.
Bastardo not only has that low 90s fastball, but that hard sweeping breaking ball is tough.
There it is.
The bite of a curveball, but yet the speed of a slider.
And he went around, and the Reds are gone in order again. 3rd straight inning. So we go on to the 9th. Still a scoreless game. Brought to you by Miller Lite. And certainly Homer Bailey. Moment after moment after moment. 8 innings of brilliant pitching. 2 hits. Matched a career high with 10 strikeouts. Did not walk a batter. Did not allow a run. And retired the last 13 batters he faced before being lifted for a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well done, David Bailey.
There was not a pitch that Homer had tonight that wasn't working. Split finger, slider, curveball, fastball on both sides of the plate, and elevated it when he needed to. And he stayed at 95 to 97 the entire game.
Heisey will remain in the game to play left field. And now taking over on the mound, you go from Homer Bailey to Aroldis Chapman, who got his 3rd save of the year here last night.
And granted, this is not a save situation, but the majority of managers in the National League, well, really in either league, bring on their closer when they're at home in a tie ball game in the 9th inning, because after the 9th, there is no save opportunity if you're the home team. You score in the bottom of the 9th, you go home.
Eric Kratz got the start here last night, went 0 for 3, and he's up there to bat for Humberto Quintero, and will remain in the game to catch. They have John Mayberry Jr., a right-handed batter, waiting in the on-deck circle to bat for Bastardo. 0-1 to Kratz. Came back with 99 gassed as Bailey to get ahead 0-2.
Now Kratz, big, strong, right-handed hitter, and he can get to the fastball. That's why he's standing at home plate. Charlie Manuel hoping for one swing of the bat and a big one.
It may not get the gas here. Might be the old 0-2 slider from Chapman.
Get one around his eyeballs.
They're raising up top. High gas at 100. A lot of you aware of this, but when you see the catcher give that glove sign where they want the ball up, that's going to be a fastball.
Yeah, we don't want a curveball up there.
No.
And that was not where Hannigan wanted it. He wanted that ball higher than that. He wanted up around the letters. Right in the middle of the plate, up around the letters, and let the hitter go to town. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness. Where in the world did that miss?
Well, that's what happens when you're holding your mitt up high, and then all of a sudden you have to drop down at the last second, and it was almost as though Wally Bell got blocked out. That's the same pitch that Ryan Hannigan was rung up on strike 2.
Hit on the hands, and Pratt's able to foul it off. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's Mayberry. And then Ben Revere, the leadoff man. 2 up, 3rd in the inning. Neither team has had a base hit in a long while. Ryan Hannigan, the last player from either team in the 5th inning with a single. See you later. That's a slider to put him away.
That ball starts in the middle of the plate. Fastball in at Highway 101. You've got to cheat to get to it, as Kratz was doing early. He sees that as a fastball until it dives down underneath his bat.
And right there is the best illustration, outside of watching Randy Johnson video, of when you hear people talk about the back foot slider.
That was it.
That ball, had it not been caught by Hannigan, may have hit the back foot of the right-handed batting Kratz, nose diving into the batter. Now Mayberry.
Well, it appeared that Chapman shook off Hannigan a couple of times, and Hannigan wants the breaking ball here. And what Ryan is trying to do is not allow the Philly hitters to just get up there and guess fastball. If you put the wrinkle in there, even if it's not a strike, it puts a question mark in their head. They can't cheat, as Kratz was trying to do.
1-0 to count on John Mayberry Jr. Fastball on the outside corner, a strike to even a count. Reds hoping Chapman can keep it a scoreless game and give Cozart, Votto, Phillips and company a chance in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's a 1-1 to Mayberry. And I mean to tell you, the Reds dugout is giving it to Wally Bell. Northern Ohio native is Wally Bell. Used to come down to Cincinnati with his amateur team and play against the Storm Club. They've been playing great baseball, the Storm Club, for a long time. Family still hanging around here in Cincinnati. While he used to stay with them, the Kuwatch family. Nice folks. 3-1 the count on John Mayberry Jr. He was guessing fastball and came up empty. 3-1.
Amos Moses in the Louisiana Bayou.
That baby was in the mitt.
Sometimes you just have to reach back and play a little old-fashioned hardball.
Well, you got to believe it's coming here on 3-2, don't you? Here's a payoff pitch. And a one-hopper diving play by Frazier. In the rain, in a scoreless game in the 9th inning.
That was a Gold Glove play. Frazier catches this ball behind him. You dive and you catch it behind your body. That's how hard the ball was hit. But when you're throwing 97, 98 miles an hour, big time play by Frazier.
2 away in the inning, and now Ben Revere. Boy, you want to get this final out and quick. Give your team a chance. Raining harder than it has at any point really all day today, including before the game when we had an hour and 20-minute delay before we ever got started. 1-1 to Revere, and Chapman getting the baseball from Wally Bell.
Tough enough to hit a hard-throwing lefty-on-lefty matchup with Chapman on the mound, much less raindrops coming down in between you and the mound.
Strike 2 called at 98 on the outside corner. And now Chapman ahead of Ben Revere at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chapman stares over the glove into the sign from Hannigan. Rocks back and turns it loose. See ya later. And a 1-2-3 9th inning for a roll as Chapman with a couple of strikeouts. All right. Bottom of the 9th. It's going to be Kozar, followed by Votto, and then Brandon Phillips. Reds trying to win it when we come back. Children's Hospital ranking 3rd in the nation on the U.S. News and World Report 2012 honor roll for best children's hospitals. And by Chevy. Visit your tri-state Chevy dealer today and get great pricing on a brand new 2013 Chevy. Now the umpires waited and waited and waited. And the rain in between innings continued to fall harder and harder. And now they've decided as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning in a scoreless game to slam the brakes on this one. And you can understand why. It's pouring.
And you don't want a pitcher to start an inning and have to take him off the field and then not be able to come back depending on the length of the delay. So Philippe Almont, who was on to pitch for the Phillies, well, it'll take a little while before he's in the game.
So for those of you that were not with us, we were scheduled to get started our regular time at 10 minutes after 7 tonight. We did not begin until 8:30 because of rain. They were calling for this all day long, and they were right on the button. They said it would, and it was a beautiful day today. Bright sunshine, warm, first humid day we've really had so far in the spring, but a beautiful day. And then they were calling for clouds and rain to come in from the west sometime around 6 o'clock. That it did. Hung around for a couple of hours, but it is raining by far and away harder now than at any time during the entire day today, at least in downtown Cincinnati. We understand in northern Cincinnati, in the northern suburbs, it rained even harder than this earlier tonight.
We have not seen the likes of these size raindrops at the ballpark anytime here tonight.
Story of this one for the Reds, undoubtedly. Homer Bailey had the outstanding start, his first time out this year against the Washington Nationals. Scuffled his last start in the 5th and 6th innings against St. Louis, but my oh my, Cowboy, was he something tonight.
He really was, Tom, and everything was working. It's almost as though Ryan Hannigan called the pitch, put the mitt up, and Homer Bailey hit it. When you're throwing target practice the way Homer Bailey was tonight, especially at 95 to 97 miles an hour, everything dropping, cutting, sliding. I don't know that it can get a whole lot better than that.
Well, there you see the numbers on the right for Bailey. He retired the final 13 batters he faced in the game. Was lifted for a pinch hitter with 1 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. Tied his career high with 10 strikeouts, no walks. And Kyle Kendrick, tip your hat to him as well.
No doubt about it, Tom. He came out of the gate matching Homer Bailey pitch for pitch. And this has been a pitching series here thus far.
Yeah, last night, Cliff Lee and Bronson Arroyo both carried shutouts into the bottom of the 7th inning for Lee when the Reds got 2. Bronson carried a shutout 2 outs into the 8th inning before Chase Utley clubbed a game-tying 2-run home run. Then the Reds went on to beat Jeremy Horst out of the Philadelphia bullpen with a pair in the bottom of the 8th. Well, perhaps we'll have an update for you when we come back after this commercial timeout. Middle of the 9th, rain delay at Great American Ballpark.